Good evening, everyone. Before we get started tonight, I believe it is. I'll ask that everyone please stand as for the pledge, and also Councilman Dale will be leading us in prayer. Okay, before we get started tonight, I want to make sure that I honor Miss May Lewis White as the first thing on our agenda. The latter part of last month, I went to a celebration for Miss White over at our Civic Center, and believe me, it was one of the most extraordinary things I've ever seen. I was compelled to go ahead and do a proclamation for her on top of the resolution that we previously done. And I also wanted to, because she inspired me so much with her service to the community, I've made a bit of a commitment myself to give back. But I'm just going to read this off here. As mayor of the city of Mount Pleasant, for as long as I'm seated, I will donate $500 towards the Teacher of the Year awardee as a way of giving back to those who have been servicing our youth in education. There are many heroes that walk about that go unrecognized that continue to put forth their best efforts to ensure the future of our youth who will someday become great assets to our community. This commitment was inspired upon me by Miss May Lewis White, whom has displayed her excellence by hard work and dedication throughout the years. I want to personally thank you, Miss White, for all you do in serving our communities. At this time, I'm going to read off the proclamation. City of Mount Pleasant, Texas. Whereas May Lewis Tubman White has provided extraordinary contributions through 50 years of service to the Mount Pleasant Independent School District as an educator as well as a leader and participant on many educational committees and in numerous educational organizations. And whereas Ms. White has earned the highest honor of Teacher of the Year many times throughout her 50 years with the Mount Pleasant Independent School District. And whereas Ms. White has also been a member of the Maranatha Church of God in Christ for 33 years, where she has demonstrated her unwavering faith as a Bible study teacher, assistant to secretary, and member of Finance Committee. And whereas at a time when she could rightfully retire from a job well done, Ms. White continues to serve our Lord and community and is currently a district missionary of the Progressive Faith Temple and chairman of finance of the State Women's Department. And whereas we know that standing behind and beside Ms. White throughout all that she has done in a remarkable life is her family, including her husband, the late Pastor James Charles White, and her children, Jared and Natalie. Now, therefore, I, Tracy Craig Sr., by virtue of the authority and power vested in me as mayor of the city of Mount Pleasant, Texas, and on behalf of the citizens we serve, do hereby proclaim our deepest appreciation and gratitude to May Lewis White Tubman for her commitment to the community of Mount Pleasant, Texas, as an exemplary educator, civic, and community leader and servant of the Lord. At this time, I ask everyone, please stand and give her a hand. Ms. White, could you join me up front? Again, thank you, everyone, for being here. And Ms. White, when we do that Teacher of the Year, I'd really would appreciate it if you'd be willing to be there to give that out to whoever is Teacher of the Year. Okay, we'll now go on to item 2 on our agenda. Item 2 is the presentation of Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting Award for the Annual Consolidated Financial Report. Jim?
Mayor, council members, citizens of Mount Pleasant, I'm honored and humbled to be here tonight. My name is Jim Savonis, and I'm the financial advisor for the city. We help the city fund its capital improvement programs, among other financial issues. Tonight, we're here to award the city, and specifically McKelreeve, the Government Finance Association, Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting. As I prepared for this today, it was a really interesting day. It's the end of the year, and many cities are in the stages where they're issuing debt. And I was on the other end of the spectrum earlier today because I had to call 2 of my clients. 2 cities that were trying to issue debt, that wanted to levy a tax so they could get in next year's budget. So I had to call them and tell them we either had to pull or postpone the sales. Why? One did not have its 2021 audit complete yet, and even today couldn't produce unaudited financial statements. In these very challenging and turbulent financial times, investors want good information. The other one had an audit, but the investors had a number of questions about accuracy and the presentation of the audit. And as a result, both of them will postpone until we can resolve these issues. That's not the situation here. Here, you receive the highest standard of financial reporting. Let me tell you a little bit about the Government Finance Association. 1906, the Government Finance Officers Association was founded to promote professional development and improve the practices and policies of financial management for state and local governments. Currently, there's over 20,000 participants, members in the United States and Canada. In 1945, they recognized that financial policies and procedures and reports are so important, they actually created the first and their most important of the 5 awards that a city can get. The certificate that you're actually receiving here. And what this is this is a certificate that looks at city's annual financial report. And it not only wants to look at the accuracy and presentation of that material, but it also goes far beyond that. In fact, this report is expanded by 35+ pages of financial data, historical information, going back 10 years. Tremendous accomplishment to pull that together. But with that information, it provides accuracy, transparency, and full detail. The way it's done is that this has to be submitted to the Government Finance Association. They actually have a special committee that reviews this. And this committee is made up of people not from the state that submitted, not from the auditor's company that did the audit for the city. It's from people from around the country, randomly selected, that are qualified, receive this award, are senior members. And they review it, and they have to unanimously agree that it reaches the award. And I'm proud to tell you that another part of what's exceptional is that this is the first time the city's ever submitted for the award, and in your first submission, you receive it. Many times it takes the city a submittal and a letter saying what's deficient to cure a couple times. So what's it mean to you? Well, ultimately, why do you care? Well, 1, you have to manage a city. 2, the citizens here wants to know what's happening. But as your professional, what do I use this for? I use this to work with investors. And I think I've helped the city over the last couple of years with a number of issues. I'm proud to say in each one of our debt issues, we were able to submit this type of information. And we received bidders, numerous bidders at very competitive market rates. If you remember, we've had successful sales, we've had refunding of our debt at low cost, and it's been recognized that we have good financial reporting. And what the main reason why it's been recognized is by the rating agencies. Not me or not invested just by bidding, the rating agencies themselves. S&P, during our last review, gave us a strong management assessment. They looked at our policies, procedure, our financial documents, and they considered it one of the strengths of the city. In summary, the city should be commended. You as a council, as leader, and most of all, Mikkel as the actual person who's responsible for this, for preparing accurate, comprehensive financial reports that are the state of the art in our industry, submitting it and being recognized by her peers. So with that, I'd like to present her and this city with the award from the Government Finance Association. I want to thank her for the work she's done. It makes my job easier and successful. I don't have to make the calls to this city like I had to make this morning. And again, I want you as a city to understand this is a very important thing. And it's something that can be put on the website and it'll be recognized by the investors and everyone involved in the city that there's accurate, transparent information. Congratulations.
Again, we want to thank you, Jim, and Mikkel, congratulations. A wonderful job. You keep doing what you're doing. You're making us look real good.
And we are glad that you haven't had to make calls to us like you did today, but we do appreciate it if you return our calls for us.
Okay, we'll now close item 2 on the agenda and move on to item 3. Item 3 is to consider approval of minutes of the August 9, 2022 special session and August 16, 2022 regular session. If the council has had time to review the minutes, the floor will be open for a motion.
I'll make a motion we approve the minutes of the August 9th, 2022 special session and the August 16th, 2022 regular session as presented.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Vote carries unanimously. We'll now close that item on the agenda. Our next item, which is item 4, is a presentation of the Oaklawn Park upgrades.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Mr. Thatcher thought it'd be a good idea for us to share some information with you guys. I know that citizens in the community asked you guys lots of questions, so we just want to let everyone know what our plan is on this next fiscal year with Oaklawn Park. So with that being said, you should have some slides in your packet, and I'll just go through these as well. So obviously, the Pilgrim Center, I won't go into too much detail about that. Jordan's here, and she can probably answer any questions about that. One of the other items that we need to take care of is the playground. I'm not sure how old it is, pretty old, no fall surfacing, so that's number 1 on the list. So we've allocated up to $200,000 just for the playground. So to give you an idea, the playground at the new sports park was about $180 to $190. So hopefully we can get something as nice as that, depending on how inflation comes back on us. Also, updating the splash pad. I don't know if any of you've seen it recently. It's had a lot of usage, so we need to paint it and upgrade some of the features. I think that'll be really nice. It's widely used. Also, the basketball court that was bid out and approved believe, last council meeting. That should get going pretty quick. I submitted the color scheme to Mr. Stansel, so he's getting the kit ordered. It'll have 6 goals. We'll also resurface it and have it striped for three courts. It'll be a regulation court and then 2 side courts, one sideline to sideline. So I think when that's done, that'll be really nice. And again, that was $356,000. Here's a construction drawing of what it would look like. It'd be pretty nice, no doubt about it. So I know that doesn't give the true feel of it, but that's the only thing we had at this point. Again, depending on funding, staff's hope is that we can replace every amenity in the park completely. Benches, grills, picnic tables, and depending on funding, we'll look for other opportunities to add to the park as well. So, with that being said, I'll be glad to answer any questions or take any comment.
Ricky, I've said it to Ed several times. First of all, I want to thank Ed for his visibility over in these projects. And I want to say, in a 50-year period of me being in Mount Pleasant, all of my life, I've never seen the amount of work that's been done there. And we're very grateful for all the work that's done. And the citizens are talking about it, and I'm grateful for all the hard work that you all have put, not just there, but just to know all the years it was just neglected, and no one was doing anything at it to put this amount of money into it and care. And again, I can't state enough the many times that the city manager is over on the west side community so folks know who he is. I don't ever remember in my 56 years, anyone ever knowing who the city manager was on the west side because of the visibility. But when he goes to in the truck, which is an opposite color of the city employees, they know who he is. And he doesn't only go to the park, he goes to the cemeteries and all. Just thankful and so grateful that whenever things are called upon and all the work that you've done, that but on behalf of the citizens, we're grateful for the work that you're doing.
Ricky, will the cover have lights in it so they can have nighttime ball as well?
Yes, sir. It will have LED lights. Should be really nice. That way the mayor can play all night long if he wants.
Mayor and council, I feel a little weird. I feel like somebody's stalking me around town here.
Well, Ricky, we certainly thank you for that update. Again, you're doing a great job along with those that take care of these parks. There's a lot of effort that goes into it. Also, a police department that goes around and make sure that the communities are safe and whatnot. I want to thank all of you for all the hard work you've done.
All right, thank you.
Okay, now we'll go ahead and close that item on the agenda. We'll move on to item 5. Item 5 is July financial report. Ms. Reeves.
Good evening, council. This is your July financial report. We are currently at 85% through the year, and for general fund, your revenue is at about 87%. Sales tax collection is about 8.73% above budget, so we're doing very well on that. And we're about $402,000 over where we originally budgeted right now. So we're doing really, really well on sales tax. Property tax, we're at 97.13% collections, and we only need to collect about $40,000 more, and we will have collected our budget for property tax. On our expenses, we're at 84%, which is a little bit below 85%, which is where you want to be. You want to be under the percentage for expense and over the percentage for revenue. So we're doing really well monitoring our expenses for the general fund, and we're still on target. For water and sewer, we're at 82% collections and 86% on our expense. The sales revenue is at 0.39%, so we're exactly where we budgeted for water sales right now. So it's been raining quite a bit, so, the water sales haven't been exactly as high as, to create a profit, but we are breaking even right where we budgeted on that. For sewer, we are down a little bit on the sewer sales, but we had projected that a little bit, based on where we are, going forward, and we have made adjustments in the budget for that. And solid waste, we're at 2.6% above budget. At airport fuel, the aviation, we're about 36% over budget in revenue, and we're also about 36% over in expense. Fuel cost is coming down a little bit out there, so we expect that to level off a little bit, and we have made adjustments accordingly, with that as well. So I'll take any questions you may have. Thank
I
you.
don't think we have any, Michaela. You've done a great job once again, and we want to thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhail.
At this time, we'll go ahead and close item 5 on the agenda and move on to item 6. Item 6 is to hold a public hearing on the tax rate.
Good evening, council. I have a short presentation to kind of go over the budget and the tax rate for the public hearing. This year, the budget is balanced that we're presenting to y'all. The items included is everything we need to run for another year. We incorporated all of the council's wishes at the last budget meeting. The focus of this budget has been on staff recruitment and retention. The fund balance reserves this year are, our policy is 16.6% or 60 days. We are projected to end 2022 at 18% in the general fund, 45% in the water and sewer fund, 36% in the street, and 26% in the airport. So we are above our mandated policy, and in some funds above our desired policy. Our appraised value this year came in at $1.3 million, which is about 17.61%. Our new improvements were $23,199,000. Our proposed tax rate, which is what the budget is booked on, is 0.360285, and that is compared to last year's tax rate of 0.3620. The city has decreased the actual tax rate over the last 5 years, and before that it was a consistent 0.3437. The wording in the ordinance is that this budget is based on a tax rate of 0.360299 per $100 of valuation. It's a 1.71% rate decrease from prior year's rate, or a 2.7% increase from the no new revenue rate. This rate will actually affect the raise by 2.7%, and will actually raise taxes on maintenance and operation on a 100,000 home by $7.13. So that's if you were looking at if we just looked at the maintenance and operation rate, it would raise taxes on a home by $7.13. That's not the total rate. Plans for Christmas this year, we reduced it a little bit from last year. We're planning only one big kickoff this weekend. Juneteenth and Pine Fest have been budgeted the same as last year. As you know, we have proposed a water rate increase. When we did the water rates last year for the 3 years, it would be a 50 cents increase on the minimum and 95 cents on 5,000 gallons of water. It still just puts us slightly above where we were before. Sewer would also increase by 50 cents on the minimum, and it would be $1.10 on 5,000 gallons. Again, it would just put us slightly above where we were before on the rate. That's all I had. Again, these were the rates that were passed 2 years ago when we passed the ordinance to increase the water rates after the water rate study plan. All of this has been incorporated in the budget, and this is the public hearing on the tax rate that we're having now.
Okay, thank you, Mikhail. Do we have any questions or comments from the council? Okay, this is a public hearing. Does anyone in the audience have anything to say on this item? Okay, we'll go ahead and close this item on the agenda. Again, thank you, Ms. Reeves. Our next agenda item is item 7, is consider approval of fiscal year 2023 budget for the Industrial Development Corporation. Ms. Reeves.
Included in your packet is the budget for the Industrial Development Corporation. The city has to approve the Industrial Development Corporation's budget before they can approve it in their board meeting. So before you, it's their budget.
Is there any way we can see what was previous year to this year? Because all we're seeing is what is proposed for this year.
The number under the adopted budget amount was 2022's budget. And then the year-to-date total is where they are to date, and the amount under the 2023 budget is their proposed budget.
Okay, let me follow you here now. The year-to-date total
Is their current actual.
through the end of this fiscal year?
Through July, when this was prepared.
But we need figures here to compare, is I think what Councilman Chappelle is asking here. This budget is how much more than last year's budget?
So if you look at the adopted budget is $1,724,000. That is the 2022 budget. And the new budget for 2023 is $2,826,400. That's their requested 2023 budget. And that includes $1 million for the sale of land. And then their sales tax collection is, they're budgeting the same amount in sales tax as last year at $1,722,000.
So the 2022 off the sales tax was 1,722,000, and this year 2023 sales tax collection is 1,722,000. They've got $1 million in for sale of land and leases and rentals of 100,000, and interest income of 4,000. So basically, without the sale of land, it'd be exactly the same, correct?
Yes, sir. They don't, this IDC does not like to increase their sales tax. Even, I mean, they budget the same for sales tax every year.
Question. Can you explain the full-time salary, the breakdown?
The salary amount is the IDC director and his assistant.
I mean, itemizing, what's the difference in the salary?
We have the IDC chairman and director and another, I think Mike is over there behind. If you have questions like this, maybe they could answer that specifically.
Could you please just come up so we can hear you for the public?
Can you ask the question one more time, sir?
Could you itemize the full-time salary?
I think they're just, it's a 10%, 10 to 11% increase for both employees. I don't, yeah, if that helps. I didn't come with an itemized list, sorry.
My next question, within the last 18 months, how many raises have been given in that area?
In the last 18 months, there haven't been any raises.
There was no raises last year? Oh, absolutely.
Middle of the year,
No, so, there was, you can correct me for November, December, but there was a reason last year, historically, the beginning of me working in Mount Pleasant was in a June, and my contract has stated that there's a renewal or review process, for me, and then, so that triggered the request for a raise at that time. Last year, city manager and council had requested that we come in during the normal fiscal year. So we've actually maintained that same number for a longer period of time, from last June through here. So I think that's what I'm trying to think. 18 months. I haven't really counted the months.
my question is, what was the salary last year and what is the salary with the raise this year?
For each employee, is it prudent, council, to discuss my employee? Can I discuss myself? I mean, how do we just, okay, so, well then, I would have hoped that would have been brought up, prior to a public meeting, but, so my assistant, it was, geez Louise, at $20, and I think she's at $22.50 now, and then I was at 130, and I am at 145. She's hourly, I'm salaried.
Do you want to do this? The chief makes 126,000. Fire chief makes 107,000.
I think last year we were kinda, we had a mid-year, raise, and I think we've got it understood that, which I think Nathan's saying was his anniversary, and I think we have the understanding that we're only doing raises once a year now, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
What is Christmas pay?
It's $100. I think it's $100 we give to each employee at Christmas. It's you guys have been doing it, the city, for years and years and years, so that's what that is.
Well, I mean, we're talking about the IDC budget though. I mean, I see an increase from 500 to 5,000. I was just curious what that is and how that's distributed.
I'm not sure, a $5,000 increase in his Christmas.
Nathan, can you clarify that?
That may be an error. In an email I have sent a couple weeks ago, I think we had 200. Maybe that might have gotten. We actually decreased it by $300. It was 500, and I have 200.
Who sent the budget in?
I can forward to council McHale's email from 2 weeks ago, which is what I printed this off before it came. I can go through line item right now and just double check on our iPad if you want. Workers' comp, I have 346. It says 402 on the what you're looking at. $346. Correct.
I mean, if it's,
Do you want me to go line item by line item? What's the council's pleasure? I would have said the same thing. I'm forwarding an Excel document from Mikhail sent on August 23rd. I'll send it to all of you right now.
That won't do me any good. I don't have my city phone with me here for it to come through unless you have my personal email.
For purposes of record and transparency.
I wasn't asking about transparency, or I was saying that I wouldn't be able to have it here to review.
It's just something I would like to do, Counselor.
Councilman.
Councilman.
At this time, Nathan, what we're gonna do here is we're gonna go ahead and come back and revisit this one. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next item. Once we get set, we'll come back and revisit it, okay?
Yes, sir, thank you.
On number 8, Mayor, she already went over the budget, so you can just have.
So just to draw your attention, I think if it helps you, other than Christmas pay, which says 5,000, and then workers' compensation and unemployment compensation, those are the only differences, and I think it's just like less than $100 on those, and I think those are just adjustments that I'm sure would have been made as his rates change or things like that. But the biggest one correction that needs to be made is definitely the Christmas pay. We lowered it to $200, and it should not be 5,000.
All right, thank you. What we're gonna do here is, because of item 8, go ahead, we can't move on to item 8 without completing 7, so we're gonna go to 9 at this time, and we'll come back and revisit it, okay? So at this time, we're gonna go with item 9 on the agenda to consider approval of pay request from Watson Commercial Construction. Ms. Jordan?
Sorry, y'all caught me off guard. I thought I had another one to get my folder out. Okay, so we have payment application from Watson Construction for y'all tonight, council. It was reviewed on site on the 1st, and the majority of the work that was completed, you can see the typical general conditions that comes monthly. Under masonry, there's $26,800 of work, $2,700 in stored materials. Most of the masonry is complete on site except for the dumpster enclosure and the sills on the columns. Under stored materials as well is also the aluminum doors and frames that is being stored off-site, but we do have photos of that. $40,000 for the drywall systems. That is the interior walls. Those are pretty much all framed up now. They were able to do those even though the roof was not done. And then $39,756 under metal building systems and erection. They had not been charged yet by the subcontractor for the erection of the metal building itself, and so that is what the charge is for. I did want to bring your attention that this month, let me get my other, that this week they are expecting to receive the roof insulation as well as the Vesta panels on site. With the roof insulation being installed, they can now put on the roof. It is a rigid insulation, and so that has to go on prior to the roof panels going on. And then once we have a roof, they can really get rolling on everything. And then they have a scheduled, it will go out for delivery currently on 9/14, the exterior wall panels. So the Vesta panels are the wood panels that you see that are on the accent front wall. That's going to be hopefully delivered this Friday. And then the rest of the metal panels, which are the charcoal gray ones that are the majority of the building, that is scheduled to go out for delivery on the 14th, and they anticipate a 4 to 5 day delivery time frame before that's actually coming in. As of right now, they feel like they can still meet the schedule of getting to substantial completion by the end of the year, but they are really going to have to push it, them taking this long with receiving the insulation has stalled some of the progress they had hoped to make, but they feel that they can hopefully gain some ground once the roof is installed. But because of these major material items coming in mid-month, they had wanted to go ahead and ask for them because they've gotten confirmation for delivery, but we cannot certify materials that we do not visually see or have photographic evidence for and insurance certificates for insurance for them. And so with y'all's permission, they would like to have another pay app to present to y'all at y'all's 20th council meeting, which would include these materials that are supposed to be coming in the next few weeks, so that they are not so far out on paying these subs to get them to come out to the job site promptly. Just because of right now, it is difficult to get the crews to come to the job site whenever the payment is, you know, a little bit lagging behind. So if y'all are okay with that request, I will come back at the 20th council meeting to present another pay app for the materials that are supposed to be delivered in the next week to 2 weeks.
We're good. We'll go ahead and open the floor. Did you have a comment?
Question. When you were here last, there was a question about the company with bankruptcy. How's that issue?
I had emailed Mr. Ed about that, but we did find out that they had signed a contract with them and had gotten the shop drawings approved and certified, but because it had not gone into fabrication, no money had been exchanged.
All right, thank you, Jordan.
No problem. Any other questions?
So you're satisfied, you're good with it, with everything here you presented?
Watson's been very communicative about what's going on, and the superintendent they have on site has been very good to work with, very easy to work with, and the craftsmanship we've seen has been excellent.
Okay. All right, with that being said, I'm gonna open the floor for a motion on this item.
I make a motion to approve pay request for Watson Commercial Construction for work on the community center.
And we have a motion by Councilman Chappelle, second by Councilman Walker. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Okay, motion carries unanimous. Thank you once again, Jordan.
Thank you for being here.
Okay, we're gonna go ahead and close item 9, but now we'll revert back to item 7, which was to consider approval of fiscal year 2023 budget for Industrial Development Corporation. Ms. McHale. Ms. Reeves? Are you guys ready? Oh.
We figured out what happened in the email that I sent him. There were 2 tabs, and he printed one tab, and I printed the other tab. But again, the difference was just the 5,000 in the Christmas pay, and then the workers' comp and the allowance in the unemployment compensation. So.
Mikhail, I just want to make a brief summary of, I think the people need to understand the IDC and where that money comes from, how it gets spent, who approves it. So the 1.722 budget is done year after year. The year to date is 1.369 out of sales tax dollars. That's sales tax dollars that gets brought into the IDC.
Those sales tax dollars are actually collected by the state and remitted to the city, and then the city transfers those monies over to the IDC. It's 0.25 cents of the sales tax that gets transferred over there.
And that was approved by our city's voters, and that money is specifically been voted on to be spent to bring in industry, create jobs, and it's to be approved, their budget's to be approved by us. We appoint the board members that rule the IDC, and the director as well. And so we've appointed people that oversee that money. And so it's voter-approved tax dollars that go specifically for creation of jobs.
That is correct.
Thank
you. I'm gonna have to get you that, come up, sir.
I've got a question on the 0.25%. Where did that come from?
That is the, 0.25 is the amount that was adopted in the election. It was actually a voter-approved election.
Okay.
That was set by the citizens.
I believe that was a half-cent sales tax, and 1/8 of it, or part of it, went over to the sales tax, the tax reduction. The other 3/8 went over to the IDC. So it's a little bit more, I think, in 0.25.
The 0.25 is the percentage of the 2% that they get. Because the city, okay, so the sales tax rate is actually 8.25%. So 6% of it is retained by the state. 6.2% is retained by the state. 0.5% goes to the county. Then out of the 1.5% that's remaining, then 0.25% of that goes to the IDC, and then the remaining portion of that goes to the city, and then that is split up between sales tax reduction and maintenance and operation.
Gary, when that was approved, I think it was a half-cent sales tax, and part of it went into the property tax reduction, and the rest of it with EDC was 3/8 of that cent.
Yeah, Erman, you could allocate it back then, just like you say, between property tax any way you want to go, 100%, whatever. And election was in early 90s, I think 92 or 3 after the Ratliff tax came in. So it's on the ballot. I mean, you're right. It was allocated that way. It only started with a half-cent, so I think that's where the percentages are. It's not a whole percent. It wasn't a penny. It's only a half-cent was what you approved on the ballot at that time, and that's what you have to make your calculations off of. I saw one of these, maybe it's on my phone, where you had that, Mikhail. You had it worked out there, the 3.325, and yeah, she had it on there. Whatever. Yeah. But we can certainly go back and show people, because it is confusing. It was confusing in 93 on the ballot to explain to people. We can certainly go back and get that ballot and show, how it was allocated back then.
I was just thinking it was more than the 0.25.
It was only calculated on a half-cent sales tax, not a full penny.
Well, my point being with making that point is I want the citizens to understand that that's their sales tax dollars at work to generate jobs into this community. That's what that money is allocated for. It can't be spent on anything else except the development of the jobs. And we appoint a board to oversee that, and they oversee it the best that they can. And I've appointed and voted for almost all of them now, I think, in the cycle. And my point being, once we got that cleared up of the Christmas bonus, Christmas pay thing, I trust the board to do what they see best, and I understand. I just want the citizens to know where that money came from.
Thank you, Ms. Chan. Do we have any further questions or comments? Okay, with that being said, then we'll go ahead and open the floor for motion on item 7.
I'll make a motion to approve the 2023 IDC budget.
Motion by Mr. Adams. Do we have a second? Okay, without a second on this item, this motion will fail from lack of a motion.
Guys, you have to.
Okay, well, we'll go ahead and close item 7 and move on to item 8. Item 8 is to hold a public hearing and consider approval.
You'll
I
have.
still have to go through.
Yeah, if, you'll just have to approve our budget excluding the IDC budget.
Right. Go ahead.
Or you could, if there's an issue with it, you can approve their budget minus what you have a problem with, but we'll have to just come back and approve their budget another time.
We do have to have the public hearing though, because it was advertised and it was on the newspaper, and we have to have it for our budget, for the City of Mount Pleasant budget.
No,
That item's still open.
the part of the,
Question, is there any problem legally if we approve the city's budget and leave the IDC out of this particular motion?
Mikhail, let me ask you this, because I don't know the answer to that, I'll be honest with you, but do you need a placeholder in there? I mean, for your budget, do you need your budget that have proposed has this figure in it that they presented you, right?
The IDC is considered a component unit of the city. So generally when we approve the city budget, we approve the IDC as a component unit. We can come back and approve the IDC as a separate component unit later if we need to.
Okay, so that's my question as far as delaying the budget. That's the way I've always considered it, was part of, like you say, a component part. So, I mean, if you're approving the budget, but I agree with you, you've advertised for your hearing and everything, you gotta at least have a hearing tonight, now what you wanna do. I don't know whether the council's comfortable with the IDC figures, I don't know what they wanna do about that, but as far as it destroying your budget, it's just it's gonna be kind of a wash as far as what the IDC is on there, so that's the best analysis I can give you on off the cuff like that as to what you can do.
I guess my question would be to the council, can we discuss it now? Yes, the IDC, as far as item number 7 here on the concerning their budget, what are the questions what part of the budget, after we got it corrected here, we saw the 5,000 change to 2,000, so the worker compensation changed, I'm sorry, I said 2,000, I had to write 200, I'm sorry, from 5,000 to 200, so we corrected that figure down here. So are we talking about, we know where the funds come from? Oh, what issues do we have here?
Well, how come the bottom lines didn't change when you corrected the 5,000 down to 200? I didn't see any change on the bottom line. Did they not change? What was wrong?
They if you look at their contractual fees and services line, that's where their incentive development is. Basically, that line, we just throw everything that's left in that line to balance their budget generally.
It's in excess of revenue?
generally that's where they place their excess of revenue.
Just year to year it rolls over.
They don't have a reserve fund.
They have a reserve fund. It's like almost $4 million, I believe, is what their reserve fund is right now, currently. But what they do is they take they budget whatever their budget is, and then after their budget's finished, they take whatever's left and put it in their incentive development, because that's what they're gonna pay their incentives out of for the year, which I just, spoke with Jim, and he said they really shouldn't do that because that affects their ability, for debt, but that's a different story. So, I'm gonna have to speak with them about that, so.
What does that change though? Just a bookkeeping.
It's just, yeah, it's just the way that it's reflected, and it's a bookkeeping policy. But basically, instead of budgeting their excess in contractual fees and services, it just needs to be shown as a net income or expense at the end. And then as they do incentives, they do budget adjustments to pull it in for each incentives and improve each incentive as they do it.
So are we good with that, council, or? I guess I'm just trying to get, okay, is it, would it be fair to say then the question that arises out of the council here would be to do with the salaries that we brought up at the beginning? An 11 or 10 to 11% increase, I think was stated for both. Is there 3 people or 2 people? I'm asking.
That
Yeah,
is
yes, that's
what
my
we're,
concern. My concern is that they're proposing to give, a 11.5% raise compared to the 6% raise that the other directors in the city get, that they received. That's almost double the percentage that our directors received. And across the board, that doesn't look good to me. That we should set a precedence, and we shouldn't have one director over here in another category that's almost double the percentage of a raise, and you got all the other directors over here, down here, that were all given the same raise. So I think we should set a precedence across the board that the directors should be compensated or given a raise at least equally across the board. No one should be given double anybody else. That's one of my biggest concerns.
Michaela, can I ask you just a question? This accounting change you're talking about, that the bond folks, does that take effect like the first of the, and I realize it's all on paper, I get that, but does that take effect the 1st of October, or, okay, okay.
They both need to be approved before October 1.
I think when this was brought to the EDC, that y'all were talking about giving, I think we heard that there was 3 different increases that y'all could be given. We didn't know what y'all were giving when we made our decision. So it wasn't like we were trying to give more money than what you were giving up here.
okay, thank you.
I move that we approve the budget, but to take out the EDC part about the full-time salaries to look at a later date.
Okay, let me get this straight here. Are we reverting back to item 7? Because at first I was gonna, okay. All right, so you're doing a second motion from Mr. Adams, right? Oh, okay. Okay. All right.
Okay, Councilman Walker, are you saying that for the employees there to get no raise, and that, the employees here to get 6% raise? Is that what you're?
I said for us to approve the budget tonight to include IDC budget, but to exclude the full-time salary. We will discuss it later outside of.
How can you do that during a budget? And we presented you with a budget.
You have to, you have to approve somebody to get, I mean, you can't expect them to stand there without their pay.
The only thing I can add to that, I mean, you're looking at like a line item change, okay, and I don't have any problem. I don't know of any prohibition against that. But we've already, I mean, we've turned down, I mean, we didn't approve their proposal a minute ago. I mean, it got turned down, or just wasn't approved. And so I think we have to go back to what Michaela said. You know, it's just a component part. It's a wash, really, in our budget. So I mean, we're looking at our budget now, and then you have to go back and revisit this issue with the IDC.
That's correct.
No, you know, it's a procedural issue, but I agree with Michaela. It's fixable because it's not it's a component part of it, but we've already addressed that.
Well, it can't be fixed here without a vote from the board there, correct?
Yeah, Mike, I have to. I mean, your board presented this, and I understand what you're saying. You did it on. You didn't have the information ahead of you. I understand that, but it does look like that. You know, they could exercise a line item and say, you know, this is what we'll approve, I suppose, but that would be out of the ordinary. I think. I mean, it's not legal so much legal here. It's just how we do the IDC. So,
I've been doing it a long time, and I don't think I've ever seen a budget go up for a vote that a certain item would change.
I think that goes back kind of the line item veto that Congress and everybody else runs into with the presidency and all things like that. I think that's the issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Look, I made a motion. It died from lack of second. I'm good. If y'all don't want to do that, that's fine. But we'd already moved on to number 8. Now.
Okay, Carrie, question. With Councilman Adams removing himself from it again for the amendment that Mr. Walker wanted to come back and second, I would need another second because Mr. Walker's would become a first for this item. Go back to item 7. Is that correct?
Well, we took action on it. I mean, it didn't get a second. I mean, you know, it didn't happen. And if you want to go look at the Robert's Rules of Order or whatever parliamentary that
we've already decided. So that failed because of lack of motion, and we have to move on to the next item. Is that correct?
But my question, and I think Michaela answered it just from a procedural, is can you carve that out and come back? That won't give you any problem with it, Michaela. I mean, you know, if y'all want to revisit the IDC, but Mike's point's well taken, you know, out of courtesy to his board, you know, they need to go back and revisit that, whatever. So I think that's where you are with it, you know. It's but I don't think it upends Michaela's schedule as far as our budget, does it? I mean, you know, as far as moving on. It's part, but it's a component part that I agree with you that he's saying. But it's up to, you know, it's up to y'all how you want to treat it. I don't think they are. I think that's what she's talking about.
under Robert's rules, the motion to approve the budget failed for lack of second. But that doesn't mean there can't be another motion, to approve it another way, or just move on, and we'll have to come back before September or October 1st to act on it again.
Okay, what is the council's wishes at this time as far as this item goes?
I'll state this, I made a motion to approve the IDC. It failed from lack of a second. I will be abstaining from anything if another motion is made, because I don't think it's legal.
Another motion has already been made.
We had moved on to the next item, and if another motion, if y'all accept the motion and move forward, I'll be abstaining from voting from here on this item.
Galen, this is not dominoes, where if you lift up your thumb, you can't go back again. I mean, they didn't even get to 8. They can make another motion. It's legal. I don't know what, and you know what? We really need this budget approved. I mean, if we stick with yours, you lost, then we're in trouble.
I completely understand, but he had already called out number 8, had he not?
He's the mayor. He can go back. It's not like it's in concrete.
Even with Mr. Walker's motion, we still didn't have a second with that motion.
We approved the budget with I'm gonna take out the IDC part about the salary.
I'm gonna add, okay, if you do that, Mr. Walker, then you take his salary completely out. He didn't have a salary.
We took it out, that means we're gonna discuss it at a later date, not as this item.
Well, we've given you a budget to approve.
The recommending authority, and we make the final decision. You are correct.
Thank you.
I'm gonna say what I personally feel that we should just honestly table this item, hold on. This is what my recommendation is. And, Mikhail, how's this gonna be for your budget as far as coming back and?
We would do a budget hearing tonight on this budget and approve it, but without the IDC budget unless Councilman Walker's passes, and so then it'd be without what he's saying. But we can still do our budget with a public hearing and pass it. But to do the IDC, we'll have to bring it back at another time, either the 13th or the 20th. Recommended the 20th because that's a regular council meeting date.
Is that sufficient, Mikhail? Okay.
Yes, sir, that is sufficient.
Yeah, I think you can make that, but.
Go ahead, Kerry. I didn't hear you.
Again, I think Mike's point is we made a recommendation. Do we want to go back and your board time to consider a new? I think that's what you're asking, isn't it, Mike? Yeah, I would agree on a lot of elements, but that one is a different element. It comes from a different funding source for that so yeah. You know, I think that's kind of where we are.
Okay, so that's sufficient for you, Mikhail? Okay, so what we're gonna do here, we're gonna go ahead and accept Mr. Walker's motion. Mr. Dale, did you have a second?
I'll second that motion with the, Mr. Price's, statement there as far as not getting a salary, with keeping the remaining salary at this time as is, you still get the salary up with a 6% salary increase, and then the other can be talked about later. Not that they can't get a salary, But as far as all this, the process of this, Mr. Thatcher, being able to move on,
That's what I'm saying, the most,
Y'all, we got a lot of different things going on here. I'm not against any of y'all or any of your opinions. You've got the right to do whatever you want to do. I just want it to be done correctly. And there's been a board send you a recommendation up here. And that should have been gone over and before we got to this point. And there should have been a convening back to find out if we could fix that, or if we knew that y'all were going up 6%, or what the salary was gonna be. And we're at a point now that you've opened up a big can of worms. And you're doing some things here that you can't do. And you can continue on if you want to, but I think, Galen, that they can go back and make a motion on a item that's passed, that because it failed for a second. I think they can actually do that. But I don't think you can vote on your budget tonight without that being voted on correctly. And you have another problem, that you got a board down there that y'all have put on to send up here to you, and you're slapping them in the face.
So I guess I do have a question in regards to what Mike said. Why are we seeing this budget though for the very first time? And we have to approve it in the same night. We see it and approve it in the same meeting. How come we don't get to see it ahead of time? So we have time to look over it and give feedback to what Mr. Price was saying. So if there's a line item on here that we don't all necessarily agree to, we can have them take it back and reassess it, reevaluate it.
I don't think that there was any of us, or many of us, that didn't know about that line item.
But again, I just want to reiterate, I don't see how you can expect any council to approve a budget when you're seeing the numbers for the very first time, regardless if you know about one line item or multiple line items. Just like we do with the city budget, we had workshops, we got to see what the numbers look like, and the same should apply with the IDC.
And that line item doesn't even state how much the salaries are by looking at it. You can't look at it and tell you exactly what it is.
We don't discuss the individual department heads' numbers. We give approval for an amount, and that amount is divvied out by the city manager the way he sees fit. We've also appointed a board to oversee tax dollars that get spent on one specific item, and we appoint that board to oversee those dollars the best way that they see fit. I understand that we have to approve that budget, but we do not discuss individual department heads' salaries out here in front of each other.
But it is public information, all of those salaries, for everybody to know what it is.
I completely agree this public information when it's requested. When it is requested by the individual.
I requested it in the meeting tonight.
okay, we're done with that, okay? Carrie, one last question, and then we're gonna go ahead and do whatever we need to do to get past this. I'm concerned just as much as, Mr. Price. We have opened up a can of worms here, and we have a motion that was made to fail. We also had Mr. Walker come in and try to amend that motion to get a second, and then, yeah, but we had a second, but it was different. It was in a different manner. It wasn't the same motion as yours, so that's a problem in itself. So, as far as moving forward from here, I'm kind of skeptical about pretty much the whole thing, honestly, because like I said, the fact that I've already closed that item is what, and moving on to the next is the one that kind of, yeah.
It's okay if I say something, Mayor?
Go right ahead.
When do y'all get your agendas, or how often do you get them before the meeting?
The 72 hours.
But this item was not in your meeting yet.
It's on the agenda. You mean as far as the budget, or it's on the agenda 72 hours prior? As far as when we got the budget,
The backup material y'all need for all your questions or what you're gonna approve on, do y'all get that 72 hours beforehand? This item just didn't come in that same package in.
No, it's in that same package. I think what the deal was, we had some different numbers here, and that the council had questioned about, and the questions that were asked about certain line items is what our council, I feel, that is not easy with right now.
Well, if any kind of question comes up before the council meeting, just ask the question. That way it can be resolved before the meeting and everything. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Mikhail, with your, I know you've got always been a timeline for establishing tax rates and budgets and all that kind of thing. If they're not comfortable tonight, you've had your hearing, you've had your public hearing, you heard all the pros and cons. Do you have a problem with adopting it, one way or another at the 20th meeting? Does it disrupt your schedule in any way that I'm aware of?
If we do not adopt it tonight, then we will have to republish everything, redo a new public hearing for the 20th, redo all of our publications for adopting the tax rate and everything. We still have time. The main reason I do this as early as I do is in case there is an issue, that we have time to redo all the publications and the notifications for adopting. But if we don't do the public hearing and adopt the budget tonight, then I would have to redo the notices, and we would do the public hearing and adopt the budget on the 20th, and then we would have to call a special called meeting to adopt the tax rate on 5 days, 5 to 7 days after that.
Cale, the tax rate has nothing to do with them, with their budget. So if we had a public hearing tonight and approved our budget with the motion that didn't pass, so their budget didn't pass, they bring it back, that we could come back, because theirs doesn't even take a public hearing. So they could come back and we could approve their budget, and it wouldn't have anything to do with us republishing anything on our budget.
That is correct, but he was asking me if we did not approve the city budget.
I really think we need to approve the city budget, unless, Kerry, you think that would be illegal.
I just wanted her to outline for you, because all these years I watched the timelines and what you did. And I just wanted her to make clear to you what what our timeline is for all of this.
We don't want to miss our timeline. We want to approve it tonight.
What I need to know, Kerry, is if it's legal. I need to know certain that it's legal to go back and do this. I don't want to do anything that's illegal. And that's what I'm asking right now, as far as if we can revert back to 7 with a second, not with a second motion from Galen's motion, but from the motion of Mr. Walker, and get a second and proceed.
With that, what is that going to exclude salaries, and is that what it's going to be?
I'm going to ask Mr. Walker to go ahead and recite what your motion was.
I move that we approve the city's budget tonight, exclude.
What if you had Kerry, what if you did a motion to reconsider 7 with a second and a vote, then go back?
I don't think that would, I don't think that would violate anything. But are we gonna, is it gonna be the same? I mean, is it gonna say, we will approve, we will disapprove their budget without, you know, amended with these numbers that you don't, I mean, that's my question. I mean, I'd love to see the budget tonight. It's a different kind of item, I admit. I've seen it done different ways through the years, you know, it's just, they came up but I understand Mike's point, saying, you know, you can't do that. You can't carve it out. I know what he's saying from what he's seen. But if, you know, all you're saying is kind of like you turn down there, if you reconsider it, turn it down and then do a line item and say, we accept it all except for these particular line items on there. And I don't know of any line item prohibitions in there. It's never come up before. I don't know of any. That's whatever their motion is, Mike. I mean, I think that's kind of my question too, you know. What is it? You know, we've kind of danced around that. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm doing too, Mike. I'm trying to kind of get to the bottom of this too. Yeah. I think that's what they got to make clear in any kind of reconsideration is what does it entail? What does it take out? What do we, you know?
And that's why I was asking Mr. Walker to recite what his motion was. What exception would?
Not to complicate it, but you can wind up complicating it more by saying, did we take this out? What did we approve? Did we do?
Right.
That's my question to you guys right there. That's about it. I think you could do any of that, but we have to well document it and whatever. But it sure leaves a lot of questions open in my mind, and I'm not siding with anybody on it. But I'm just saying, you know, it needs to be clear because, you know, I can remember this very bill in 4A or 4B down there, it got caught up in the legislature one time years ago, and we weren't sure whether it was going to have it or not because of this very kind of thing of we took this out, we added this, we took this out, and what do we have at the end of the day? So I remember that happened years ago. So that's the question. Now, I mean, you know, if we have time, you ought to get it cleared up in your mind as to what you're doing. As much as I like to see it, but I don't want it to linger on. But if we have time for you to if you want to come back and go line by line 2 weeks from tonight, once she gets it, that's your prerogative, and do it and reject it or whatever. But make sure that you understand what we're adopting, you know, in place. If you're cutting salaries back, if you're doing whatever, without any confusion.
I've always understood that at the council meeting, I know that we work hard to have budget hearings and talk to the council, get the items out. If they have questions, Erman mentioned whatever, but I always thought a home rule city could decide the substance of the outcome of the motion or the issue at a council meeting. They don't have to figure it out and decide before they get to a council meeting. They actually can discuss it and decide it. That's perfectly to their prerogative.
Yeah, I'd agree with you 100% on that, Ed. I mean, whatever they came up with. But there's a lot of confusion here tonight as to what you're planning to do, and if you can go plow ahead and do it, and we'll ferret it out. But I just don't want any misunderstandings about any of that. If you had time, I mean, if you have time to do it.
Maybe I should take a stab at making it clear, because it's clear in my mind what's happening, and I don't vote. I'm not for it or against it, but what I think I'm hearing from these guys is that they don't like the increase that's going to be given to, so they want to line item that out. and now there's a motion maybe to line that till later. But I think if they said, and maybe they want to go to the board and see if they can get agreement for 2 weeks and then bring it back. But I think what I've heard is that they want to give Nathan a 6% raise on the salary he's got now, and I think they should then look at his assistant at a 10% raise, because that's what we did with our employees, a 10% raise, but a 6% raise on department directors. But I think that's where they're at. Now, they can say, no, that's not where we are, but that's, to me, it's pretty clear what they're doing. I mentioned it to you. You create a problem with my directors, but yeah. I just wanted to make sure everybody knew that I don't think the council wants to be accused of colluding or doing whatever that, but whatever they do that's an agenda item in an open meeting is to their prerogative to do, so.
Okay, with all that being said, Carrie, then I had to ask you as far as the legality of going back. I didn't get a clear answer on that one.
To reconsider it,
Yes, sir.
I don't know that I have the best answer for that, Mayor. I mean, I'm being truthful with you. I think from the Robert's Rules of Order, which is what we'd use a lot of time on it, you can do it, but again, what you're saying here, at the end of the day, what you're saying, I think Ed said it best. We want to carve out the amount of the raise over 6% or whatever it is. That's what we want to adopt, their budget with that carved out, and incorporate that into our budget. I mean, I think that's what you're saying. Is that the bottom line?
That's what I'm asking you, is legal. If it's
right
legal
there.
to do that, that's what I'm asking.
So, if you want to, looks to me like, if you want to adopt a budget tonight, if that's what you want to say, and this is a component part of the budget, then you say, okay, we make those changes, or else you go back and come up to the drawing board next time. I mean, you say, okay, we make that change. We had our hearing, that's what we said tonight, whatever.
I was thinking that one other thing they could do, we got the board chair here and you got a board member here, and maybe the council could say, would you all consider going back to your board and submitting a budget with these changes in it, and we'll approve it in 2 weeks?
Well, that's kind of what I was getting at a minute ago. I understand exactly what Mike's saying. You have a board, okay, agree with them, disagree with them, whatever. But if there's some misunderstandings there, get it corrected, come back with it and fix it. I mean, whatever.
And I believe that would be my recommendation as well, is that I think the council should do that. But again, we still have this a motion that was made after, and then, like I said, a second that was made with a different stipulation.
Well, based on what if you've got a motion second on the floor, it needs to be acted on, but we've had several recommendations on it, so it's up to council now just to follow through with it and see how they want to do.
When I heard the second, it was not the same as the original motion. So how can we vote on something without a second? A true second would be, I second that motion as stated. Then does he have to go back and change his first?
After you get a second, then you can have another person amend it to what he wants. Then you vote on the amendment, and then you vote on the motion.
Do you see the issues that are arising here? That's it.
What was Tim's or?
But we approve the budget and take out the salary part of the IDC budget.
No, he was just saying we're not approving that now, we want to approve it later. He's not taking it out. He just not want to approve the increase on it, that's what he's saying. Well, that would be next year. That doesn't mean now. And then you could come back at a later date and put it back in.
Do you see the issues? Do you see where we are?
Council, y'all, kind of approved the board up there, and we go through a lot of items and a lot of different jobs coming in town. But, we might go through 40 or 50 projects before we even get one that looks good. But, Nathan and, the secretaries have been awful good help. And there've been more projects go through in the last year and a half or so than have been in several years. But, the board up there is doing the best, you know, kind of like where you think we are. You look at different executive directors like Nathan in the other cities. They're a lot more money, and he's well worth what we paid him. And I want to keep him, so we've got several projects, and I think y'all know some of them, and we want to keep that forward. But we're looking at several pretty good-sized projects coming up, and he's been the cause of it. And if y'all would consider what the board is looking at, because there's more reasons in behind everything. The EDC looks at a lot of things, and people we look at, they've got a bunch of NDAs on them, where that's where they want to keep it, and it makes it kind of tough, but y'all still need to know something about it, especially when we get into some good items on things. But the money we raise or spend comes from that sales tax. It's not coming out of the city's budget. What we take our money out of is what we've got in our budget and that we're gonna work with. So it's not really coming out of the tax dollars of the city's budget, on y'all's budget. It's coming out of our own budget and everything. Anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Again, I'm gonna, like I said, my personal recommendation is that it be sent back to you guys, be brought back to us, and that would need a motion from the council for that.
What was the last motion that was, if we reviewed it on TV, what's the last motion that was made? Is there a motion on the floor this moment that's been seconded?
There was a motion by Mr. Walker, and then when it was second, it was a different stipulation on it.
Different motion.
Yeah.
I think you'll have to operate, you'll have to act on what's on the floor
Correct.
right now. What?
Okay, at this time, what I'm gonna do is ask for a second on Mr. Walker's motion. And Mr. Walker, if you need to redo that so that the council will know what that motion is, go ahead.
Just restate, Jerry, what your original motion was for their benefit.
My original motion was to approve the budget, taking out the full-time salaries so we can look at it at a later date.
That's the motion of Mr. Walker. Do we have a second on that motion?
I'm gonna second that motion.
Okay. What's that again? I'm sorry.
I move that we approve the budget, but take out the full-time salary so we can renegotiate it. Increases, and we're gonna renegotiate it.
That can be fine because it's on the proposed budget. They wanna come back and put it in later. So if you want it to be all of it or just the increase, it doesn't matter because it's the proposed budget. It's not the current budget they're in. So it doesn't cause anybody any, angst or any operating issues.
Okay, so we have a motion by Mr. Walker, second by Mr. Dale. Motion, Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
Nay.
I'll be abstaining from this.
Motion carries 3-1. We'll now close that item on the agenda. No. And move on to item 8. Now, item 8 is holding the public hearing and consider approval of ordinance 2022-15, approving the annual operating budget for the fiscal year 2023. Public hearing is open. Do we have any comments by anyone of the public at this time? Anything from the council? Okay. We'll need a motion on item 8.
I'll make a motion that we, approve this ordinance 2022-15, approving the annual operating budget for the fiscal year 2023 as presented.
I second the motion.
A motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Walker. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
Aye.
I'll be abstaining from that item as well.
Aye.
Nay.
Motion carries 3-1. We'll now close item 8 on the agenda as well as the public hearing. We've already done item 9, so we'll be moving on next to item 10 on the agenda. Item 10 is consider approval of pay request from Tanksco INC for work on I-30 storage tank rehabilitation.
Mayor, Council, City Managers, Lenny Buck, it's always a pleasure to be here with you. What we have before you is pay estimate number 2 for Tanksco LLC for the I-30 storage tank rehabilitation project. This project is actually going well. They've done blasting and painting and some water line construction is the majority of what you see on the pay estimate. The amount recommended for payment is $202,000, $718.17. Are there any questions?
Council floor is open for questioning on this item.
You're satisfied with the quality of work and
Yes, sir.
And how's the schedule looking?
So if you look at the dollars to time schedule, it looks like we're a little bit behind. However, they started a little bit late and they're actually going faster than we would anticipate. So the schedule's actually looking pretty well too. We did hold them up a little bit, trying to look ahead at some operational concerns once we had the tank down and we were inside of it to do some adjustments. So they were gracious to work with us on that, but I think everything appears to be going fairly smoothly.
Okay. If we have no further questions on this item, we're gonna go ahead and open it up for a motion.
I'll make a motion that we approve this pay request from Tanksco Inc. for the work on I-30 storage tank rehabilitation as presented.
I'll second that.
Have a motion by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We'll go ahead and close item 10 on the agenda and move on now to item 11. Item 11 is to consider approval of rejecting bids for Mount Pleasant Civic Center. Lanny?
Mayor, Council, once again, City Manager, pleasure to speak with you on this item. We took bids for the Civic Center Rehabilitation Project, which essentially was to reduce some plumbing issues that we had and to update some of the restroom and other facilities or rooms in there to bring them up to date, up to standards and whatnot. We had two bids, Hawk Builders of $564,551. We had one bid from Stansel that was considered non-responsive for not acknowledging the addendum, but their bid was actually $565,000, so it was, less than $1,000 difference anyway. We recommended to reject the bids just on the funding that's available right now as we reconsider how to fund it.
All right, thank you, Lanny. Council, do we have any questions? If we do not have any questions, the floor will be open for a motion.
I'll move that we reject all bids for the Mount Pleasant Civic Center.
We have a motion made by Councilman Adams, second by Councilman Walker. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carried unanimously. We'll now close item 11 and move on to item 12. Item 12 is to consider approval of ordinance 2022-18, terminating the outdoor burning.
Council, basically it's rained, and so we want to take the burning ban off. The reason we do an ordinance, and Kerry might want to speak to this more, is we enact an ordinance to install and put in place the outdoor burning, and then when we take it off, we have to go back and put an ordinance in place to repeal that ordinance. So we kind of go around in circles. But again, Kerry may want to speak to that. That's the kind of way we've done it in the past. So the grass will still burn, but it's just not as volatile. So that's why we're recommending removing the burning ban.
No, I would agree with that. I'm amazed how green it is. Now, I don't know how it is way down there with, it may all still burn, but it is amazingly green.
We did have a fire up in Sugar Hill last Friday. It was over 3.5 miles long, and there were 12 different fires along Highway 71, but they were burning slowly, and we believe an 18-wheeler with a tire blew out. It's probably what started it, but the grass will still burn. It's just not as volatile.
Okay, thank you, Chief. Council, we have any questions on this item? Floor is open for a motion.
I move for the approval of the ordinance 2022-18 terminating the outdoor burning.
I'll second that.
Motion made by Councilman Walker, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Thank you, Chief.
Thank y'all.
We'll now move on to item 13 on the agenda. Item 13 is consider approval of resolution 2022-16, an application to the Criminal Justice Division of the Office of the Governor for funding through the Bullet Resistant Shield Grant Program, fiscal year 2023, operated for the budget year. Chief?
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Mr. Thatcher. We're just seeking a resolution, or a grant resolution from the council and the mayor to approve us submitting for this grant. It is a grant issued out of the Governor, or Attorney General's office. The funding announcement was made just last month, and it closes on the 19th of September. We've estimated about 12 ballistic shields for our officers that would take a rifle caliber, and the pricing for 12 of those shields is approximately $48,000. There's no match necessary, and we would deploy those and put those in the vehicles of our patrol units.
When would we know that grant? When will it be awarded?
The submit and certify an application is September 19th, and the earliest the project can start is September 1st, but it would be the funding announcement. I don't know exactly when they'll tell us. We're just trying to get it submitted as quickly as possible.
Well, hopefully we'll get this. It'd be great.
Okay. If there's no questions, we'll go ahead and open it up for motion on that item.
I'll make a motion that we approve this resolution 22-16, an application to the Criminal Justice Division of the Office of the Governor for funding through the Bullet Resistant Shield Grant Program, fiscal year 2023, operated for the budget year 2023 as presented.
I'll second that.
Have a motion made by Councilman Dale, second by Councilman Chappelle. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. Okay, we'll go ahead and close that item and move on to the next item, which is item 14. Consider approval of agreement within the City of Gilmer Animal Services.
Good evening. As you recall, last year and every year about this time, I bring forth a renewed contract, taking in the Consumer Pricing Index, and we increase the monthly costs as well as the lump sum payment due in October for both Gilmer and the next item on the agenda, which is Pittsburgh. So this is Gilmer. The monthly service fee would be $3,000 a month, and a payment due October 15th of $5,728 for services.
And just for the public, this $5,728, that's in addition to the monthly fee. That's just to help with separate payment for equipment that's needed at the animal shelter facility, and that's kind of at the City of Mount Pleasant discretion, just for the public. We've had a long-term relationship with Gilmer in Pittsburgh. I forget how many years now. I'm going to guess 8 to 10, and to me it's been a good project for all parties. Hopefully saved a lot of the animals, and it's worked out well as far as I know. I've asked several times if there's any problems or anything arises out of us taking those, and it seems like it's worked well, hasn't it, Chief?
Yeah, both cities have animal control officers. They work well with us, and we do put a cap on how many animals they can bring in each year.
Are they reaching that cap for the most part?
Last year and this year, Gilmer have reached it last year, and this year they've already reached it, so we've reached out to them. We've agreed to take animals that they still have to take somewhere, but they won't be, their animal control officer will slow down the productivity of the animals that they don't have to bring to shelter. Pittsburgh has not reached it last year or this year.
Okay, do we have any further questions? Floor is open for a motion.
I make a motion to approve agreement with the City of Gilmore Animal Services.
I'll second that motion.
I have a motion by Councilman Chappelle, second by Councilman Dale. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We'll now go on to item 16. Item 16 is consider approval of a lease agreement. I'm sorry. Let me retract that. That was item 14, and this is item 15. Is consider approval of agreement with the City of Pittsburgh Animal Services that you previously stated.
And this is a monthly fee of $3,607, and the initial October fee, I believe, is the same.
Council floor is open for questions. If there's no questions, we can go ahead and open the floor for a motion.
I make a motion to approve agreement with the City of Pittsburgh Animal Services.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made by Councilman Chappelle, second by Councilman Dale. Madam Secretary, record a vote, please.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We'll now close item 15 on the agenda. Item 16 is to consider approval of a lease agreement with G&M 4.16 LLC. Ed?
Yes, Mayor and Council, this, we've talked about this. This is to lease the building located at 418 North Madison. It's catty corner from us here at 5th Street on Madison. It belongs to G&M 4.16 LLC, and which they're sitting right there, Glenn and his wife. And so we put together the lease agreement. Kerry has. Both parties have agreed to it. It's a lease of $3,000 a month. And we agree on all the terms. And say that Councilmember Chappelle has noticed some things he'd like to change, his verbiage things, and I'm going to ask him to tell us, because he plans on making the motion with those approved. So Kerry's got it on his word processor. He could fix it. So why don't you go ahead, Henry, and tell him the issue.
Gary, I've just got it's just a couple red line recommendations. Under Section 5, option to extend lease, it says along these lines, leasee gives leaser 120 days notice prior to expiration of the initial term. We need to insert the word written between days and notice. It needs to be a written notice, not a verbal or a handshake. We need to have that in black and white. Also, throughout the rest of the document, there's a reference of he or his. Typically in a contract, we try to refrain from using any personal pronouns. It needs to reflect the word leaser if can be done. I'd appreciate that.
When Henry was an attorney, he didn't make enough money, so he became an IT guy. So, but maybe we could make a motion to approve the lease with those changes made.
Okay, if there's no questions, we can go ahead and open the floor for a motion on that item.
I make a motion to approve the lease agreement with G&M 4.16 LLC with the red line amendments as discussed or proposed.
I'll second that motion.
Motion made by Councilman Chappelle, second by Councilman Dale. Madam Secretary, record a vote for this item.
Aye.
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 Motion carries unanimously. We now close item 16 on the agenda. Our next item is item 17, which is our public comment. If we have anyone in the public at this time that would like to come in and approach and address the council, please do so at this time. State your name and address, and be advised you have a 2-minute time. Okay, we have no one from the public. Council, do we have any comments? We'll now close item 17 on the agenda. Our next item on the agenda is item 18, which is our city manager's report. Mr. Thatcher.
I don't have anything tonight. If there's anything, questions or anything, I'll be glad to answer. Any questions?
Council, we have any questions? Okay, we'll go ahead and close item 18 on the agenda. Yes.
I do have something. I am so sorry, David. David, why don't you stand up with Robert? Yeah, Robert. So Robert is our planner, has been planner for 3 years and acting our planner. And one thing I told him, he couldn't leave until he helped me hire his replacement. David Gonzalez has been the assistant planner for how many years? 15 years at Rockwall. Even worked for Robert. He's retired, but he's agreed to come to work for us. And he started today full-time, and he's an excellent planner like Robert. Robert worked with him and so forth, so we feel we've finally done it, right, Robert? Robert's going to stay on a few months to help get some of the things done that we recognize we need to do in the master plan kind of thing. Welcome, David.
Welcome, David. We look forward to working with you. And Robert, we appreciate what you've done in that department over your time period here. So we look forward to working with you, David.
Well, certainly, David. Welcome to our city.
Do you play the guitar?
He sings with Robert.
We're gonna miss the entertainment.
Okay. Well, we've now closed item 18, our city manager's report. We'll move on to our executive session. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, Chapter 551, Texas Government Code, the City Council will recess into executive session to discuss the following. Real property, which is to discuss purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property and consultation with legal counsel regarding the purchase or value of real property for the Mount Pleasant West Loop Collection System Improvements Project. Also, real property to discuss purchase, exchange, lease, or value of real property. As litigation consultation with legal counsel regarding contract terms and provisions on the interlocal agreement for the fire services. And personal matters, where we'll discuss the appointment, employment, evaluation, reassignment, duties, discipline, or dismissal of a public officer or employee. At this time, the council will be going into executive session.
We're reconvening, and I'll be conducting the meeting for the remainder. I'm Tim Dale, the Mayor Pro Tem, in the absence of the mayor. No action was taken in executive session, so with that, we'll move on to item number 20, I believe it is.
Council, Mayor and Council, this is, to consider appointment to the Planning and Zoning Commission and the Board of Adjustments. Our Planning Commission also serves as the Board of Adjustments. And the recommendation from the, that we have for you is Ronnie Naramore.
Do we have any other recommendations, or do we have any comments, suggestions, questions concerning the board appointment?
Does anybody know how much the term is left on the one that vacated?
Candace, do you know anything about how much left on that term? Robert would know, so I don't have that, but he would just fill this term and then he could serve, he can serve, another term.
So if there's no other questions or concerns, do we have a motion?
I move that we approve Ronnie Naramore for the P&Z.
I'll second that.
We have a motion by Councilmember Walker, and we have a second by Councilmember Chappelle. Madam Secretary, will you record the vote, please?
Aye.
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 Okay, thank you, council. It was voted unanimously, so we appreciate Mr. Naramore's willingness to serve on this board, as we do all board members. And they'll be getting with him on the time frame and when the meetings are and all of that. So, but we do appreciate all the boards and all the people that serve on them. With that, we'll close that item. We'll go on to item number 22, which is consider approval of ordinance 2022-14, declaring a public necessity to acquire real property interest starting near West Ferguson Road. I'm sorry, I'm gonna back up here to item number 20. We still have the appointment for that 20. I just got notified I was gonna be conducting the meeting from here out, so y'all bear with me just a second. Item number 21 will be consider the appointment to the Main Street Committee.
I move that we approve McCall Dyke to the Main Street Committee.
I'll second that.
We have a motion from McCall Dyke to be appointed to the Main Street Committee. With that, I'll call for a vote. Madam Secretary?
Aye.
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 It was unanimous, and she'll be notified, and we appreciate her willingness to serve on the Main Street Board. With that, we'll close that item. We'll move on to item number 22 now, which is to consider the approval of ordinance 2022-14, declaring a public necessity to acquire real property interest starting near West Ferguson Road and 271 past South Jefferson Avenue to the south side wastewater treatment plant for the Mount Pleasant West Loop Collection System Improvements Project, and authorizing all apportionate action from the city in the possible institution of eminent domain proceedings. And I welcome Lanny Buck to brief the council.
Mayor, council, once again, it's a pleasure to be with you, Mr. Thatcher, as well. What you have before you is an ordinance that is essentially necessitated by the West Loop collection system line that we're putting in around the loop. It goes from, like I said, it says where it goes from there, but it's essentially from I-30 out here along the loop and back down to the wastewater plant itself is what this is for right here, and it's just to acquire easements for that routing.
Do we have any questions from the council for Mr. Buck concerning? If not, at this time, I'll entertain a motion. Thank you, Mr. Buck. At this time, I'll entertain a motion.
I make a motion to approve ordinance 2022-14 as presented tonight.
Second.
I have a motion made by Councilmember Chappelle and a second by Councilwoman Sproul for the approval. Madam Secretary, we record the vote, please.
Aye.
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 Thank you. It was approved unanimously. With that, there's no other agenda, so at this time, I think it's 10:44 p.m., we will adjourn.